done soon. It looks like it has a light-ish light on it, but I don't know if that's just an indicator of power, of heating. Okay, it is done, and we can save it if we want, or I guess it may have saved it for us already. Now, let's do, let's cool it down, because we don't need it to be heated up right now, do we? No. So let's see if I can do preheat, cool down. Should be on this screen, yep. It's a little weird. Preheat is cool down is on the preheat screen. It's a little weird. Alright. Now we got okay, now that we've got it leveled and stuff, I guess the next trick will be to get it in somewhat of a printing shape. Let's put this into our tripod holder here. Oh, so not the fit, not the right mount. Oh, I actually have a mount for this though. Which is where? Nearby. Let's put this here for the time being. I'll get that mount out. Okay, so yeah, I was playing with the mount there. It's pretty cool. If you just noticed, I did give you a peek at the mount and stuck it in there. A little peek at my desk area. I was thinking about contemplating shelves in that area. Like, could I use shelves in some way to make that bloody clutter go away? So of course, that's what I'm thinking is like, the shelves that I have, the new ones, are not long, not big. And I'm like, well, it's a gift from heaven. The other shelves I have over here, let's peek at them, shall we? Yeah, those plastic cheap shelves. They're really easy, really like to move, but they're bloody useless. They've got slats in them and things fall through, and I don't know, it's just hard to organize. On the other hand, deep shelves aren't that great either, so yeah, fine for this, but like deep shelves in general. So these are the shelves, the new ones are gonna be not that deep. 3 feet, maybe 2 feet deep. I think these are 3, and the ones I have, the new ones will be 2. So I don't know. So I'm thinking, take it as a gift, and then if I do really want to build these shelves up to another level, which I'm now convinced is probably not needed, because gosh, look how tall they are with all the tall printers on them, and I can actually stick tall printers underneath now, supposedly. If I'm not going to use the Chiron, I can stick it down underneath in there at the bottom, down there. Anyway, we were playing with this printer, and I was looking for something to print with it. So let's take a look at the listing on here and see if there's something to print. Onboard SD, please. So yeah, overlays. Okay, that's great. Nope, that's not the card we're looking for. Next. Sorry, this is probably not the way to do this. I mean, obviously. TF card. I'm going to pretend it's an SD card. I guess TF is the same thing, essentially. Tiny flash. Okay, onboard SD again. This one has RRF. Oh, RepRap firmware is on this one. Okay, yeah, I know what this is for. This one came with the tiny. I'm sorry, the smoothie board. Tiny? The smoothie board. So this is actually the smoothie. I should label it because I want to keep that around. Maybe, I don't know. It's some arbitrary version of smoothieware. So it's like, Anyway. It's only on the board too. It's not like it's configured for a specific printer. So again, it's like, and this just has overlays as well, which I assume is something. Overlays. I guess that means it's in a certain format or whatever. Anyway, these are not what we're looking for next. Okay, this one is unlabeled. Well, this one just says 2 gig on it. It's very tiny. All right. Okay, this has original contents. Ah, this is exactly what I'm looking for. Yay! I should have labeled it better. I don't know how it ended up there, but it's fine. I was organizing, and that's what happens. So we have face hugger, PLA, and a folding stand, which is really cool, but the face hugger is the whole point of this. So let's try it. This is gonna be tricky. I should clean the bed with some alcohol. Or soap and water at least, maybe. I don't know, I haven't really used it before. Let's give it a shot. Let's see what we get. I didn't touch it, I swear. Filament, oh, run out. Of course, gotta put filament in there. So I was gonna do this one in glowing PLA, so let me grab the glowing PLA, which has been getting glowing reviews. Alright, here it is. This is the way I want to go. Damn it. And also, we're going to need a spool holder, which I have. And to install the spool holder, we will need a set of Allen wrench, which I have just here, I think. Or maybe this is the one. Oh yeah, that's the one. This just picked up on Amazon probably. I'm lazy that way. I just pick up random PLA on Amazon because if it works, it works. But I also have tried some other stuff, and you know, like when it's better, like you can really tell when it's better. Gosh, like less stringing, like all kinds of good things about it. It also, of course, helps if it's just dry and like new and you know. I can power this off actually. I'm afraid to power it off because if I do, like next time I start it, it'll start behaving weird again. Okay, spool holder installed. So I will say the filament sensor on this is cheap. It's not good, not great, and also the extruder is plastic. So I mean it's a heavy injection molded bit, and it is very strong. It's robust, but I can tell, you know, after some wear, it's definitely going to crack at some point, probably. It's good though. I think it's a little better than the one that comes, the plastic one that comes on a typical, and at least the older ones on the Enders. I don't know what the new ones are like. But anyway, let's see. To get this through, I will have to straighten it a little bit. Oh, and I guess that helps to get the bad bits off. Getting through the sensor is tricky. It's very tricky to get through the sensor. As you can see, oh, there it goes. Finally it does. Alright, and then into the tube. And okay, not too bad. Passage into the tube was pretty relatively easy. Oftentimes the you know, the internal lip of the brass fitting or whatever, it catches on the filament. And if it isn't fitted right, like they should have like a little funnel going in there or whatever. And maybe they did make one, like a little funnel, machined in there or whatever. For an injection molded part, that shouldn't be too much different from having just a hole in there. Have a little extra funnelish bit to it. Anyway, this thing's mad at me, so. Heater timeout, alright, confirm. Reheat finished, confirm. Confirm. Alright, so let's go back to, should I resume the print? Let's go make sure the temperatures are all good, right? Let's just do resume and see what it does. Oh, it's resuming the filament load. And then what? I don't think it's done loading the filament. I'm not sure what it's doing exactly. Let's do this. Let's stop printing. Oh wait, let's keep printing. But let's load this ourselves. Push it all the way in. Here we go. Load, load, load. Okay, and a little purge too. So I loaded it as far as the nozzle. Printer halted. Please reset. Heating failed. Okay, so there's something just, it's probably just weird glitchy logic. My guess is maybe connected to the version of Marlin, or at least the configuration of Marlin that's on it. There are bugs, and I regret them, but they do slip in. That one, I don't know. Something in the filament reheat. Of course, it's with a custom screen, and that's always a trick as well. So let us go on and try and print our thing. Also, before I do, I actually want to modify it and make sure it has leveling being turned on, so I'll just make a quick tweak to the code. See what that does. Nothing. Print. Onboard SD. Nobody home. Yep, it's smart. It says something. Okay, let's put this in the computer real quick. And yeah, I've been doing the Pixel Grid project. And let's go back to the, I think it's on the, let's see. Oh, it's on the disk. Face Haga. So let's see, it does G28, then it does enable leveling. Okay, so it's all good. It has it in. Now that's the question though, is maybe the enable leveling was the problem? We'll see. Oops. Just yanked the card without ejecting maybe. But who cares, right? I didn't write to it. Shouldn't matter. Alright, slot. These things, the micro SD slots on metal construction printers is like, you always have a little space around them where they can accidentally slip in the card. I don't know what can be done about that except to have like a little rubber bit or something that just guides it. It has to be very precision though, it'd have to be exactly aligned. But that's been a real persistent issue for some. Okay, there it goes. Now it should home. It should enable leveling. Now this thing's smart. I'm using Prusa Slicer for this, and it actually is really smart. It sets the temperature first at 150 to heat it up while it's heating up the bed. Now see it there? What it just did? That's what it's been doing. Is during a G28, like it fucks it up. Pardon my French, but it right now the motor, the X motor's off, and so is the Y. They both got turned off. The Z's are working. But what we have to do is we have to actually stop this because that homing didn't work. So what I could do is modify the G code to not home or touch leveling or any of that stuff. Just go into whatever and just go right ahead. So I may do that. And look, it's again printer halted. The reset button works though. That's good. I don't have to go in the back and do stuff. All right, we're nearly there. See, it's been very strange. So what happens if I just home? Sorry, home. Home X, and stop. Home Y, and stop. Move to the middle. And see, it moves at a reasonable speed that time. Now, when I do the homing in my G code, however, it didn't seem to do the right thing. The question I have is, does this have a console? Because it's a touch screen. That would be kind of cool if I could just type in G28 and see from here what it does. Let's see if it does. If it doesn't, maybe there's a new. I know we have that added on to some of our stuff. So yeah, it would have to be in the main menu. Move, home, extrude, emergency stops. So yeah, this one's very basic. It's kind of a good basic commercial printer menu. I mean, it's got all the basics without, you know, if you're like looking for certain things, like as a user, I'm like, as a, you know, an advanced user, I'm like, oh, I want certain things to be there, but maybe new users are like, they wouldn't care that something's missing, they wouldn't notice. But I just feel like there's certain things I would like. Restore default. Okay, so again, let's do a home once more just to see if I'm tripping. Okay, so that's slow. That's reasonably slow. Reasonably slow. Then again, it does the middle, homing with probe. And the move to the middle is, you know, that's a good speed. It's fine. And I can see that not tripping the trinamic end stops. So my thought is that this probably, the trinamics are getting tripped, and I could maybe send the right G codes and that would actually do the right thing. Because it's not in the menu to tune them. Some menus have that, which is great, but there's no advanced like settings whatsoever. And the info is very basic as well. Board firmware, BIQU, and they don't even mention it's Marlin. Like, that's nice. Thanks, guys. I love you, but you really need to be more friendly about, you know, giving a little nod to where your, you know, provenance comes from. On the shoulders of giants. I mean, I appreciate the funding and stuff, but, you know. Love you. I love you. So anyway, if you want to support Marlin, you can go to the thinkyhead.com/donate-to-Marlin. And there's a slew of options. You don't have to donate a bunch. Just and you can you can do something like buy a coffee mug. I have a link there to our merchandise. I was hoping to do some new designs soon. We'll get around to that soon. Maybe I'll do a session. I haven't played with design tools. I want to use like Adobe, but it's like I don't want to spend the money and and I don't really support subscription software. I'd rather buy it and own a version and just use that version until whatever. The computer is so old that it no longer works well or whatever. I really liked that before. That was a fine model. But the subscription model is like, it's annoying. You do maybe end up paying less. I mean, I used to spend $600 on Adobe software in the 90s, and that was like, that was pricey then, or early 2000s, I guess. But yeah, it was pricey then. It's even more pricey now. To think about it that way. So if I just need it for a project, buy it for that month and then let it expire. I guess that's a thing people do. Anyhow, I'm still streaming for you because we're gonna print something. So now let's see again. If I were to I'm gonna just put a G code on here that's called G28. We're gonna have it do a simple home and see if it behaves differently than other things. And maybe it'd be nice. I guess I could hook up a console to this as well and send commands. It's got a fat USB port, USB B or A. That's easy to find. I've got plenty of those. Did I put all the short ones at the bottom? I probably did. Let's see. Somewhere in the middle. That'll do. Gotta break in these foldy ones. Alright, so yeah. I haven't played with this too deeply, so this will be an interesting exploration. Now I could simply put a new firmware on here. I would kind of like to know what's going on. So let's take a look with pick a lappy, any lappy. And I need a yes, I know. The future is USB-C, and Apple has decided the future is now. So to use USB-A, I need my little USB-C adapter, which is naturally not right here. So again, I'll have to run and grab it. Be right back. So, hello. Ultimately, sorry, I'm printing this up for my buddy Ian, and he's going to be, hopefully, I'm going to be sending him a tablet stand and this face hugger that we're going to print, glowing. PLA. I want to print one for myself too. Hello. Let's get some focus. Focus. Camera's a little weird sometimes. That's better. Okay. That's better. Greetings, everyone. This laptop is for sale. I guess. I'm not sure. I kind of I like it when I need a little something little to just go over and do stuff with really quick, as we are here. Go over and do stuff quick. The other thing is that I need is like a little cart. I can cart it around, or like a shoulder, like a shoulder harness that'll like hold it, like a cigarette girl. I know that's dating myself, isn't it? But hey, you know, cigarette, peanuts, popcorn. Hey, sailor. You look a little peckish. All right, let's see. Is there one on the other side? No, naturally not. So yeah, this is where it comes in handy. I'm like, oh, I really wish I had this, you know, on the other side. But on the other hand, I should just be using a much longer cord. Save myself all the hassles. So let's do that. Let's do that. You can see my screen. I'm looking at Facebook here at the Marlin Firmware group. Tells me I should invite Mojike, Joe Mike, JMT. What? He's not in the group? You're so right. There's a lot of things come up in Marlin, which is good. A lot of people asking questions. I did a bunch of approvals today. I feel bad. It's like, oh, I guess all those questions are getting thrown out at once. It's going to be, I don't know if they're going to get answered because they're all out there at once. Oops. Anyway, let's hope there's no prawn open here. I'll just carry on. I kid. I kid. I lost my libido years ago. Here we go. Oh, this one's nice, actually. This could work well. Because it's skinny. It's a skinny cable. Check this one out. Old school USB, baby. You don't need all that interference wrapping. Like, what's that for, you know? You know, what kind of frequencies are you dealing with in your home that you have to have a completely wrapped, like, cable? These things are fine. They're fine. Can run a printer off this. 3D, 2D, 1D, it doesn't matter. Alright. How are we all doing tonight? Out in Twitch land. You know, the only reason I come out here is I'm like hoping for a raid. Nobody raids me. Or if they do, I miss it. Alright, so we're now hooked up to printer. Let's go open up the monitor and see if it can see a printer. We got an M115 reply. Well, it does say Marlin in it when it replies in M115, so thank you for that, BIQU. I appreciate that. Marlin BIQU B1SE plus 250. Source code Marlin, firmware/Marlin. Wow. I mean, you could have linked to your own repository if you have one there. BIQU, BTT, whoever you are. I love you. I love you too. Okay. So, thank you again to all my patrons, including my friends in China. You guys are great. I will never criticize the excesses of your government, as long as you keep paying me. I kid. I kid. You know, we've got free speech here, but ultimately it doesn't matter much. Nevertheless, advocating for the good is all you can do, right? Let's make the world a better place. The world can be a better place. All right, and sorry for that. Onwards. Next, so let's just simply do a G28. That was why we're here. So I'm using the console in VS Code. Oops, hello. GG28, no. It doesn't. I'm not grinning at you, I swear. Okay, now. G28, no. Hello? Oh, it stopped replying. What the hell? Did I twerk the cable? Is this, it's the cable I chose, isn't it? It's always going to be that, right? Let's see. Well, let's close this here and we'll just try monitor again. Hello, the task monitor is already active. Terminate all that task. Alright. It's not echoing. I usually have, oh, remote task. It'll be reused, blah, blah, blah. Restart task, please. Failed to terminate and restart. Oh, bloody hell, what the heck? What the heck? Okay, let's just unplug and replug. Here we go. There's nothing to do with the printer, I guess. It's just this monitor that I have set up here. Maybe it's the way I have the monitor. I don't know. I got an M115. Ah, nothing. It's spinning, which may mean it's still trying to connect or look for a port. I can try a couple of things, of course. Interesting. Nothing. And no reply. Of course, you know, in order to work properly, you always need M114, M115. Okay, hold on. As long as I'm being an idiot with this cable, I'll just try a different cable. Just to rule out the fact that this might be it might have been a bad joke. That might have been a bad joke or a good joke, depending on your POV. If you like then that level of sort of like really embarrassing British humor, where people walk into situations that are super awkward. Okay, well guess what? It's coming to the States. Oh, it's basically the same cable I was just using, so we'll try. But it's an alternative. We'll try more cables. We'll try all the cables. So this one apparently has got Bazooka Joe bubblegum on it or something. It's very sticky, but it goes in. And that's right, Bazooka Joe. I know you're still out there at the CVS or the 7-Eleven. Okay, different cable, just for giggles, as if that was the only issue. And it was not the issue, apparently. Let's quit this and just go back to VS Code. Oh, come on now. VS Code. Thank you. I open everything with Spotlight these days. I don't know about you. You know, you just hit the command space or whatever you do on your Windows space or something. Or just hit the Windows key and it opens up the search. But yeah, that's a good way to get around. I like it. I guess it's being, you know, always modified. I think I would like to see it like somewhat improved, not Sherlockified too much, but eventually improved. Let's see. Okay, let's just try the monitor again. Nothing. What the heck, printer? Should I restart it? I will. Let's reboot it. Just again for giggles. And then I'll reconnect this adapter once more. I will once again open a monitor. That did reply. I'm 115. I got an M114. Okay, we're back in business. So there we go. G28. Here we go. That's why we're here. All this trouble just to get a monitor. I just needed to quit and restart VS Code for some reason. It was confused about the serial port being in use. Boom. Okay, we got a reasonable G28 that time. I don't know why it matters in a print. Do you? Do you? So the only other thing I can think of is to look at the, is to take a peek at the code on that G code and see if there's anything conspicuous going on before the G28. Just for the heck of it. So I'm going to take a quick peek at that code. If I can, I'll need to like open it and stuff. So what do we got? Oh gosh, look. Look at what it's doing. It's messing with everything. So it's actually setting the maximum accelerations to 500, 500. It hasn't necessarily, one thing it hasn't done, which it should have done before it did any of that, was set the units to millimeters just in case. Because, you know, this will all mean inches if you're not careful, guys. So this is a thing to consider if you're adding, if this is part of something that Prusa generates, Prusa Slicer generates. You must set inches first, and forget the code for that now offhand. There it is, G21. You gotta do that right up front. Boom. Set units to millimeters. So I'm gonna just put this in as, you know, recommendations, guys, for the next version. First, set units to millimeters early. Then, if you're going to use absolute, sure, do that also right up front, I think. And then, you know, you can do things like whatever. These values here are what really are annoying. The acceleration and retract. So here you have, so again, travel is still, 500 isn't bad. I mean, it's not a fast acceleration. The max speed is what I would worry about. The max feed rates here, X500, Y500, that might be the problem for us. 500 divided by 60 gives you 8.3 millimeters a second, which is, let's see, if your bed is 8 millimeters wide, it's, sorry, millimeters per second, yeah, that's not super fast, is it? 8 millimeters per second. Considering that your bed is going to be 10 times that, 80, well no, it's going to be 20, 30, I don't know what it ends up being, much more than that. So interesting, but yeah, we'll look at that. We'll have to look at that. Oh, that is millimeters per second. Okay, so wait, no, 500 millimeters per second? Yeah, okay. So we can't have that be the maximum feed rates. That's what's causing the issue here. Although, you know, also, so I would say, yeah, we need to find out what the current ones are. So let's look at, we can just look at, ask it. We can ask with M503 what the current settings of the machine are. Let's ask it, M503, please. And it says that, okay, So our M203 settings, yeah, much more reasonable, are a much more reasonable 150, 150 for X and Y. So yeah, guys. 500 too fast for this printer anyway. Maybe it's fine for an Ender, which is probably what I used. I probably started out with a profile for the CR10, which doesn't have like this. This just for some reason it just goes into shutdown if it goes too fast. Whereas regular non-trinamic stepper drivers wouldn't do that. There is possibly a way I could use trinamic stepper driver settings and I could update with like M914 or something. I'm not going to say that's the code, but one of these codes in the M900 region where they change the parameters as to when the steppers will complain, when the drivers will complain. So like at that speed you get a certain amount of feedback, I guess, and there may even be some kind of, you know, torque issue or whatever. So it just actually shuts them down, which is interesting. Maybe that's just what, and again, I feel like that's a setting that you could probably fix. But currently, actually it may even be in here, now that I look at it. M719 controller fan, 710 controller fan, I should zoom this up a little. The screen's so small. Okay, here is one. Stepper driver current, M906 880, 880, 800, which, you know, or is it all 800? It's 3 800s. So that actually depends on the size of the motors. So we'll check that, but I think, you know, the number of coils, resistance of the motors and so forth, these all do look actually identical. So that's probably correct. Then we have an M906 for T0E, that is to say the first extruder. And if there's only one extruder, actually I could probably leave the T0 out. But anyway, it's the 800, so that's the first extruder. Then driver stepping mode, it also has M569, which I guess sets like stealth mode or whatever. Filament load unload, I'll have to double check those M569s. I should know my codes. I should have a plugin in this thing that takes me to the website whenever I want to look up a code. But let's go to Safari. We'll go to marlinfw.org. I should just have it in as a searchable package inside of command spacebar. What's that called? Sherlock or whatever. Spotlight. Used to be called Sherlock. It's getting more Sherlocky like, but yeah, I could see that working better with like a sidebar in the new version of the Mac OS. Anyway, yeah, M569 is set trinamic stepper mode. So we have, yeah, stealth chop on Z and E. You just say S1. Disable stealth chop, S0. So yeah, that's how it works. So we're enabling stealth chop. And also on E. Then we're also doing some other things. But yeah, that's basically it. There is no other stuff. Okay. Pretty cool. You gotta like it. I gotta say that's very helpful to be able to just look at the settings that are in there. Thank you for leaving M503 all happy and working. M420 S1 is currently enabled. Home offset 0, 0, 0, but it is enabled if it does have the home offset stuff. I got to figure out what to do with home offset stuff. There's some things that want to reference the absolute machine position, and I'm like, okay. Maybe I can do something like have a mode like inches, millimeters, absolute machine position / millimeters or whatever, or add a flag to that, where okay, I want to talk about, you know, or maybe you can pick a framework. I want to talk about machine position. I want to talk about blah, and it'll change the way that coordinates are taken in by Marlin, in sort of the same way that machine, you know, inches does. And there's also the concept of just direct steps, although that's been considered, but I think it ends up being larger, strangely. You know, it depends on what you're moving to. You know, whole numbers are easy and small. So what do we got? PID settings. Okay, I'm just checking over the last stuff to see if I missed anything at all. Power loss recovery is on, actually. That's interesting. I could turn that off, which will probably help. It will. And I'm still working on the G-code, so I'll turn that off in the G-code. M413 S0, please. I would use it if it was connected to a circuit. That might be fine. It's just when it's SD card based that it's bad. It just, you don't know when it's going to have issues. So the G28, so even I would even, like maybe even go above and just be like, well, yeah, sure, turn on all those settings, maximum whatever, but do this instead, you know. Let me make that a little bigger. Yeah, so home all axes, but do it up here, home all the axes first, before you do this stuff. But anyway, this can't be 500. That's just too high for this printer. So we're gonna make it, I mean, it was 150. I think it could probably handle 200. So let's try it. 10? I don't know. I didn't check what Z was. Let's take a look again. M203. It's one of the earlier things that's reported because it's so fundamental. It's the motion, man. M203 Z was 5, so it's being doubled here, and E is 65. 5 and 65 are the standard on this printer. So E is actually being lowered, which is interesting. So let's go with 65, and we'll just go with 5. I mean, I could go with the defaults and at least write them down. Yeah, they are 150, 150. Alright, how about that? I bet I can go slightly faster. Should I use the Zen eye? Yes, I'm a Zenny. Let's go with that. I don't believe in ego. It's just a construct. Why I lowercase this stuff. So I start out with the defaults and I just go a little higher with another command, because why not, right? There's no harm in doing those right there. So none of these involve anything like steps per millimeter or anything like that. Now, jerk limits, you know, whatever. Also, whether it's using things like, should say, you know, is it using junction deviation or regular jerk? So right here we have, what are the commands for jerk? M205. So if I check those out, we have M205 with a B and a J of 0.01. So there is actually, this does have junction deviation in it if we want to use it. I'm inclined to go with taking the M205 out of there. Just using the native. So actually that's the problem, is it was the slicer all along. So sorry BIQU, I didn't mean to complain so much. That turned out, I should say Big Tree Tech, whoever you are. I love you. But yeah, this your settings are good. It's these bad slicer people, the bad Prusa people who made this bad slicer settings. But it's not their fault actually. I picked the wrong printer as my basis, and then I forgot to. I really forgot to check these. I really should have. So I should really trust the ones that are set. Like these are probably all fine. So that line can go. Again, like accelerations and stuff, like I want to trust them, but at the same time I'm like, I should just not trust them. I just let mine go. And then the minimum extruding and travel feed rate is set down to 0, which is interesting. It's fine, I think that's kind of cool. And then extruder relative mode is interesting. M83, gotta do, is that the way that they just picked to do it in this? That's kind of cool. I mean, that's fine. But then they don't really need to do G92E0 every time. Up here it's again using relative again. So some of this stuff maybe is custom. Extruder relative mode. Final bed temp. Okay. Leveling, yes, fine. No power loss or recovery. So I could do my G28 there. Again, just move it back, but now that I've changed the settings back, I can actually trust it. So yeah, all this perimeter stuff, 0.45, that's cool. And finally, I think it's all good to go. So it is saved. Hurrah. Let's go and eject that properly. Yay! And let's check it out on the printer. So that's good. Jeez, I was worried. I'm so sorry. BIQU, you guys, you know, it's a really, I like the shape and the size of this particular printer. It's a good fit. You can almost get 3 side by side. You know, what we got to do is figure out some way to get printers to be more compact. Like maybe we build 2 that are in one chassis that share, you know, share the z-axis or whatever, and you do silly things like that just for fun. Then you are essentially doing a dual X, I know, but you end up with 2 beds, right? So you just end up saving yourself. You share a motor between them, so you have 3 Z motors. I don't know, is that silly? If you're doing a lot of stuff in like a farm, I could see that making sense. Call me crazy. People have done it before. They called me crazy at the university, but I showed them. Alright, here we go. Face Hooger. Once again, this time we should have much better results. Fingers are crossed. Fingers are crossed. I hope it's not using some buffer. Pulling out the old code. And, it isn't homed yet. Come on, you're supposed to home. I thought I did that early. Maybe. Okay, reasonable X, reasonable Y. And again, reasonable Z. Oh, things are better. Okay. I could really like this printer a lot. It's so clean too. I like this is the kind of look I would just like favor overall. If you're gonna have this type of construction, very simple, self-contained, all the fans in there, boom. Still can kind of see the nozzle if you peek. I'd love to be able to better see the nozzle, so it's like some of this stuff could be like this bulk. If you could shave off the corners, or even make, you know, any reduction of the size, you really want to be able to see that first layer, that first line being laid down as it's being laid down. This is fairly good though. It's like within a couple millimeters or centimeters or whatever, you get a peak. It's not so bad. If you spin it around the other way, where you can see the other side of it, which again, I thought about doing that with these, like having them actually spun around so that you can get on both sides of the printer. That can work to some advantage for someone who's tinkering like I am, which that could still happen. These are fairly easy to move once they're emptied. Or even now, I can move this. Anyway, let's not, shall we? All right. Yeah, I gotta go over to OBS and make sure that the chat room is being, favored. Hi. I'll just say hi. Hi. I'm there, just to let you know. Is that a sad thing? Like to be like, to yell hi in your own chat room at yourself? Could be. I don't know. Anyway, sorry, I forgot to put the 2.1 on my shirt here where it belongs. We are on 2.09 stuff, which I'll be looking at, I guess. I just want to get this print started, and then I can bop back to the code. I know we've been streaming a while here. It says here now almost 3 hours, 2 and 3/4 hours. Not a single peep from a single visitor, but that's fine. I can be Twitch sometimes. And people aren't going to Twitch like, I want to see science and technology. I believe it's heating up now, yes. It has reached 210, which is the temperature picked for this material, which I think actually it says it can go from 190 to 220, so that's a pretty good middle. So yeah, I'll tell you, the one thing I would favor on this, and this is a very minor complaint to BIQU, is just that when it does that shutdown, obviously you can't detect it, but maybe there is some way like we can catch it, because there is monitoring of the trinamic steppers, and if you see the standstill flag, STST flag, is set, we could actually set a message saying something to the effect of movement too fast, or stepper shutdown or something like that, where it's just, with a suggestion of what to check. I know it's a big ask, because you're like putting up an actual screen that explains stuff is like, oh, we got to put up all this language and stuff, and it's like, how do we compose it right and put it in all the different Hungarian and everything else, like how do we get it all in there? Let's see if it's going to give us a good line as a starting point without doing any adjustment. I feel like it's too low, so let's go baby step. Oh, there's no baby stepping while looking at it. Increase, decrease. What does that do? Oh, that's the temperature. That's no good. Nozzle. What does that do? Hotbed. Oh, I see. Oh wait, I can baby step. There it is. Baby step. Speed 5%. I want to baby step a little here before it clogs up too much. It's also jamming. Yeah, it's really having a hard time. I need to baby step more. I don't know if I'm what I'm doing exactly here. Let's see, speed, flow, fan, full, stop, 5%, stop, what? Fan is strange. What's going on with that? Nozzle, hotbed. Okay, it's on baby step, there we go. Okay, I guess while it says baby step, that's when you would do it. I clicked on baby step thinking I would activate it, but as you click this button, it switches modes. And so you go to baby step mode. And now I am getting a line. It's not bad, actually. I think I have think I have a good start here, actually. It's just not high enough. Damn it. Help! Is baby stepping even working? Sounds like it is, like there's a Z happening or something. Wait, I'm getting some flow? Okay. I'm getting flow finally. I think it's doing the outer brim at the moment, so it's not a big deal. But yeah, that initial bed scrape, it doesn't hurt the bed, I hope, too much. But yeah, the nozzle and the bed interacting is like, some material is going to interchange, the bed is going to come off on the nozzle or vice versa. So at this point it is actually now giving me a good first layer, but yeah, it was definitely not calibrated. So there has to be a good way to get the nozzle calibrated to be at bed height, you know, like. And maybe it was the leveling wasn't exactly right, but it is doing a fabulous job now. It's doing a really bang up job. Here, let's get close up if we can and get a better look at that. Oh, you know what? I can zoom up the. Should zoom this up here. Hey, how about that? See what I see? A little mess. Ugh, I hate to do this, but it is only the brim. But yeah, we got to clean it up pretty firmly. Clean it up, or else anything that's left over is going to curl up and turn into a big mess. Even this last piece over here might be a problem. But at this point, it's good. It should be fine. Again, I do believe it is doing the brim. I could double check the code, but the G code, but I didn't make a copy. Whoops. So the only one I got is on here. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. With a spaghetti detector, now shut the thing down. I see a spaghetti. There it is. So yeah, that first layer started out low. I would rather also, when things fail, they fail high, on the high side. So that would be something to consider. In future printer design thinking is just, you know, the fail-safe. I got a message today about, you know, adding more safety features to Marlin. And the other day I was doing some experimentation with temperatures, like just using a potentiometer to simulate temperature fluctuations, and Marlin wasn't panicking when the temperature was high above the target but not increasing. It would, like, as long as it was sitting above the target steady, it would like be fine. And I was like, oh, that's really strange. And I wasn't sure what it was evaluating. And maybe it's because it evaluates it at a lower level, and I just had my fake thermistor tuned badly or something. It may be just that the tuning on custom thermistors doesn't include that, because actually I was also using a custom thermistor. I wasn't using like a real hot end. So it's what maybe I should have done, was had a hot end that I just should have like had it keep heating even after the power to it was turned off. Just use like a separate power supply and make it heat, and make sure that it panics, because I know it does. I know we have all that in there, but it bears rechecking every so often to make sure that it definitely works. And we have some tests in mind, you know, to run in Marlin, and that would be one of the first early ones to add, would be the tests of, you know what I'm talking about. Tests of thermal runaway for sure. Like, make sure that when this routine gets this value, and, you know, it's tricky though, because, you know, we have so many types of boards and parameters, and, you know, we have to check, like, we have to make a table and then have it, like, you know, check the expected values at the low level, at the raw level in some way. And then also check the expected values in at the high level in Celsius or Fahrenheit or whatever it might be to make sure that they also match. Are we getting that early start? I really like this bed material. It's very clingy glass. It's borosilicate glass, I believe, with a little bit of a coating on it. I want to say it's typical like fireplace glass coating, but I also want to say maybe more like, and also I want to say it's a little low on the back here, but maybe not. It seems fine. It's all right. It's a little high in little places, maybe a little low in others, but I have it tuned somewhere in the middle, so the first layer will survive, and it'll be a good one. I maybe even put a little high in some place. I don't know. It seems fine. It's clinging. That's the important thing. And we will get a really lovely final result. Even if the first layer is a little small because I pulled off the outer part, I think the outer part, it shouldn't matter. And that's probably why this is thicker over here as well. But that may just mean I'm going to have to, prune that off with the pruner thingy. Anyway, the phalangiator. Wow, it's doing really well, generally speaking. And by the third layer, we've forgotten all about all the nonsense that we had going in early with this thing. Let's see if we can't bring it in a little better view here. Oh. I have a spinny thing on this. That's not exactly it. That does let us change the angle though. Oh yeah. I gotta say the little status screen on here isn't bad. It's again everything's so small on Marlin. It really feels sometimes so constrained, but what are we gonna do? Now I forget how do you spin this thing. Oh, it just spins pretty freely anyway. This just spins freely, like gravity's not gonna mess with that much. There we go. Temperature might. There it is. How about that? Yeah, so I wanted to do a fairly large face hugger taking up most of the bed, but as you can see, this one is modest. I might have to do this again and make a bigger one. Do it proper. This is pathetic. Also, actually, I think it has more joints. I feel like there's more to it. Like that tail can't be the whole tail, right? There's got to be more that comes out over here or something. Where does it fold up? I'm confused. I have one of them, which I would bring out, but I don't want to alarm anyone. It could be that the way that it is on the bed, it actually ended up at an angle. That would be screwy. And then the second layer will be printing, and it'll be up in the air. The rest of the tail, which would not be good. Like so much of it looks great, at this point. I want to believe in it, but I also see that there is more to this that's not there. So where is it? Or is this a feature, not a bug, of this particular model that it does that? We'll find out when it gets to the second layer, I guess. Right now it's... it would be nice if we could figure out percentage of current layer as part of our print. I know that Prusa Firmware probably provides that as part of the comments in their firmware. And we could parse that. We could add some parsing for that stuff. It's just something we haven't done. Looking at comments for we already have a thing where you go comment mode and then we move on. But at that point, once you're in comment mode, you could certainly say, okay, well, anything weird in this comment that we should look at? And over here, I see this again, feels high. So I feel like the bed leveling is off a little. And again, the model, is it flat or not? We need to take a closer look. I may just need to reslice this, but we'll let it go for now because it's entertaining. And it is a lovely filament, and I really hate to waste it. Let's take a very close look at this model in the slicer. Produce a slicer. Let's see, hope we don't have anything weird open here. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to get that. Well, let's get the 242, sure. Yep, I was still looking at that matrix thing too recently. Alright, let's see here. Hello. Just getting a new copy of Bruce's Slicer while we're here. Old. They keep getting older. 230, 240 beta. And I'm deleting both. Can't be moved, it's trash because it's open. Well, that makes sense. Bye. There's also a configuration update available, which I guess I'll get after I do this. Replace. Thank you. And I don't know why I do this, but keep a backup of things you installed already that are easily downloadable again in case the internet disappears or something. All right. Import, yes. Please import all the things. I'll have to say okay. Added fiberology filament profiles. Cool. Hi. Joe Clippy? I don't know what to call that thing. We need a contest to come up with a name for a little Joe Clippy here. Unfortunately, the Czech name for Clippy is kind of just Clippy or something similar to Clippy, so it's kind of boring. Okay, so here we have optimal reality blah. What kind of things did I even have? I kind of just picked these. I don't know where they even came from. But I need to create new printer settings and stuff. And yeah, it would be nice to have all my profiles set up somewhere. But whatever. Add, remove printers. Sure, install the newest configuration, totally. Yes. Okay, so I want to use a... Now mine is actually is sort of a Creality and sort of an Ender 3, but it's not. I would love to be able to pick the exact one from here. That would be great, but it's fine. Yeah, I'd like to be able to pick something like, I don't know, BIQU would be nice. Oh, that print is coming out so good. I really hate to abandon it if it turns out to be something I need to abandon. I meant to reopen that model. Which, do I even have it? Where is Facehugger? Facehugger curl STL. Oh, maybe, is it curl? It's in iCloud. Let's see. That's the G code. There's the 3MF. What is curl about? Okay, so is this the one? This should be the one I'm printing, I believe. So let's go backwards. So we're going to use, basically, this thing has a 240 by 240 bed. I could just go with a custom printer profile, I guess. We'll try that. Okay. Next firmware, we're going to be using Marlin 2. Next, we are going to be using a rectangular bed that is, by my measurements, probably bigger than that. I'm going to measure it real quick. Check it. I think it's 300 by 300, maybe bigger. What is it? Darn it. Where are my measurement tools? Let's see, I've got a ruler over here. Alright, it's bigger than this, right? Hey, check it out, here's a measurement tool. By the way, if you don't know TH3D, they got good stuff. So yeah, this is easily 5, 10, 15, 30 centimeters. So yeah, 300 by 300, basically. We'll call that the usable area. Great. There we go. Texture, no need. I could probably get the Tim's texture. Let's see, nozzle, yep, filament. Extrusion temperature is typically 200. Bed temperature for my favorite temperature is 60. And then the kinds of materials that I use are, I pretty much just picked all the generic ones that I use, which I don't use much PLA, but ABS, but I might sometime. I have used all kinds of interesting brands. I could throw them in there, I guess. Like, Amazon Basics, like, I don't know, do I have some of that? I guess I do. Reality, maybe, I don't know. They've given me samples. eSun, sure, I've used that. Filatech? I don't know if I've used much Filatech. Filamentum, etc. Hatchbox? I probably have some Hatchbox. Again, I'm lazy. I just go to get whatever's on Amazon, but I'd like to get some of the fancier stuff, especially like, cool colors for retro gaming and retro computers and stuff like that. That perfect beige, you know? Okay, let's just go next. Check for app updates and update presets. Sure. Export path names of models into the files. Maybe? I don't know if that's necessary. I do want expert mode, no inches, thank you. Okay, so this kind of just gives us this. Now, as far as machine limits, this is where we get, maximum feed rate, etc. This is where I got weird last time. Like, apparently, 500 millimeters per second was way too fast for my normal mode for this particular printer. Although, yeah, actually, if I can go in and out of stealth mode with it and turn off the steppers, yeah, that makes sense. It's just that I'm running in stealth mode currently. So I didn't realize that, actually. I could probably set it up to turn off so-called stealth mode if I just use the right commands. I don't know if that's what this does. Well, let's try it. Let's see if we can generate that. So let's drop our facehugger on here. All right, we want to expand it to the largest size we can. So let's scale it up to, 150. All right, fill up that space. Fill it up. And maybe we can rotate it. I don't know if it's necessary. Rotate, please. Oh, there it is. Boop. I don't know if it helps. Like, that brings us in just a little bit. But that's pretty much 270 degrees. Yeah, I think that's of no use. So, no need. Just do it that way. And you're done. You just need to have a very well leveled bed. And that's kind of the size I was going for, but apparently now there's something that wasn't touching the bed. So if I say arrange, again, it just arranges it automatically for you. Let's slice it and take a look and see what happens to the bottom layers. Hey, look at that. Sure enough, that first layer is like not there. It's at, it starts at 0.65. Now, yeah, it describes it as an overhanging perimeter, so the only thing to do would be to drop the model down a little bit and let it sink into the bed, lose a part of a layer. So the question is, how much? It's just a flaw in this model. Like if there were a way to just angle it up a little bit at one end and down a little bit at the other. There's no way to tell really by looking at it how much of it is overhanging. So that seems to be where it might start. I don't know. It's done the model before successfully, so it's surprising that it does that, but I guess it's just because, you know, I don't know, one trick would be to lower the mesh of the bed at that point, just to mess with it. Just to make it go a little lower at that spot when it prints this part of the model. Or whatever. Oops. Yeah, that is a tricky one. That is unfortunate. So yeah, sometimes you get that, you know, model will be there, it'll be like a really great model. You'll be like, okay, well, now I've got to move it to make it work, so where do I put it, you know? I guess I'll move it to, let's move it down a slight bit, 7.40 millimeters. Boom. Now let's slice it instead and see if we get a better result. This time, nope. Not that time. All right. Just basically keep doing this. Obviously 7.3 is probably going to do it, right? So we find someplace in between 7.2 and 3 once it's solved. Nope. Still. Okay. 7.2. Nice. Uh-huh. I think I see better. Well, almost. Just that little middle one right there. And then some other parts. 7.15, I don't know. Pick a number, you know. Slice now. Okay, that works. That actually works pretty well. 7.15. Wow, that gives a very nice looking first layer, actually. Well, I'm going to let this one finish, but I'm jealous of myself because I'm going to have a much better looking one after this is done. I think I made this about 250, maybe. I don't know. This does look like it might be the right size. It's the tail that messes with it because it's like it could totally fill up the bed with that body if the tail was just, yeah. But anyway, now that that's sorted out, I'm going to try and slice it differently. But first, let's look at our custom G-code. Home all axes, lift nozzle. Now, typically, I would also do something along the lines of, you know, M420 S1 just to turn on leveling. I worry about things, the Z being moved up and down during leveling, but I really shouldn't be so worried. They're getting better all the time. Previous versions of Marlin up until 209.4 and 2.1 did have a bug in the Z level fade. So like if I did Z10 here, I might regret it or I might not. The smaller the number, the more the error will tend to be. But it also has to do with like when leveling is turned on and off. So if like you're not doing a lot of G28 around, you know, like here we're homing the ZX axis. M104, turn off temperature. Here I'd also do M140, turn off bed temperature, right? Gotta remember to do that. This is one of the things about Prusa, that for some reason, I don't know why exactly, by default it does not turn off the bed. And I always forget, again, like, hello, Marlin Firmware. I gotta give myself a little, like, direct line to this search box here, because is it M140 or M10? Yeah, it was M140. I thought so. Yeah, it's like the weirdness of these codes. 104, 140 for hot end bed, but 109, 190 for the same thing, except wait. It's just strange. So turn off the bed, that's fine. Okay, G28 home all. So I didn't really want to do much here except just enable leveling. I don't need to do any other stuff. The machine limits I do need to mess with though. I do know, again, what did I set before? 150 here? That mean that's, well again, I think I would actually save. If this is 500 and this is 200, it's 2.5 times what this is. If I change this to what the machine says from the factory, so the guys from the factory said 2.5 times 150 is going to be 425, so a little lower. Maximum feed rate on Z, the same. Actually, I think it's currently 8. I think was the low feed rate. It might have been lower than that, even 5, was it? 5 and 10 was our worry. 5. E is typically not limited in terms of feed rate. So 120 millimeters a second is, you know, quite a lot. But leave it as it is, I guess. And it's also used for time estimate. That's interesting. And emit to G code. Does it not do both? Machines will not be emitted to G code, however, they will be used to estimate the print time. Oh, okay. Neat. Well, what I need to do is let it know that I'm actually using stealth mode in my G as I'm doing this as well. So, how do I do that? Let's find out. Let's look it up. I can, like, there's a search box, right? Yes. Stealth. Yep. Now, stealth mode, so-called, is a Prusa printer feature, so-called. And firmware supports stealth mode means, you know, it supports stealth mode. Let's take a look at it. Yes, we are enabled. The thing is that it doesn't seem to know we are in stealth mode. Or if it did set that, I didn't check, but it looked like it wasn't saying, but the default is to be in stealth mode. Which is nice. It's very quiet over there. I like it. It's a very peaceful printer. It still hasn't reached the second layer yet, which hopefully will be okay. But I have a feeling it's going to be hovering in the air and it's going to be a mess. I may have to throw this one out. I'll keep as much of it as I can because it's a cool shape, but yeah, it's going to be a bummer. I really hate to lose it. I don't know. Maybe I could lower while it's in that area of the bed. Maybe step it down. It is in baby step mode right now, actually. You can't see it on the screen, but that's what this says right here. Baby step. Oh, poor screen. So bright. There is no brightness setting that I could see on this. And again, I can't get to any other options on the screen while I'm in this mode. Well, I guess I could. Speed, flow, fan, nozzle, temperature basically, hot bed, and baby step. Those are the only options. Those are the only options while it's printing. You can't get to the other stuff. Now I do have a direct line and won't reset the printer or affect the print if I actually connect the console. With this particular board, some boards will reset if you do that. Depends on actually on the bootloader. So yeah, we did have a big perimeter, I think, on there. So it's gonna be a lot to slice off at the end. I think I hate that. I might put less of a perimeter on it. For this particular printer, it's almost like it doesn't really need it whatsoever. I really feel like it could do all the things that it needs to do. But the main thing I was worried about was these bits curling up, like these T-shaped parts at the end here. It's actually starting to mess up, actually. A little bit. Messing up a little bit. I have a feeling it'll do better if I start it over, so let's cancel it. Boom. Yes, I confirm. What's doing? It's waiting for move. Waiting for 0. Okay. Homing, basically. And now it brings the bed forward. That's kind of nice, actually. I like that. So yeah, oh, it wasn't messing up. It was just a teeny bit of filament. Okay, well, hey, I was worried. What can I say? I get a little paranoid about these things. So I could pull the clips off and let it cool that way and pull this off the bed in one big old beautiful piece once it's cooled down, but you'd have to wait a long time. And actually it is kind of messed up over here. There's a big old blob, a big old snot blob here. Yeah. Let's finish this reslice and then I'll come back to this. And we'll pull this off the bed just before I do the new print. Likely in the same spot, although I could change the angle, flip it around or something for variety. I do know I need to change the Z probe offset by a good factor. I'm going to say a whole millimeter to start with. And if I have to baby step down, I'll baby step down. Because yeah, I feel like the slicer wouldn't be generating weird stuff. So yeah, let's go back to see if there's an option for that. Menu, settings, machine. It does not have it. So I have to set it by using G-code. That's fine. Having a console on this would be great. Actually, you know, I think BIQU Tech we have some stuff like that. It's being implemented and for different screens and that are like this one. So, you know, I mean, is this purely serial? I kind of wasn't sure. It kind of does feel like it might just be a serial connected screen, which is boring. Sorry. But yeah, no, serial connected is not bad though, because when you have a console, you actually get back the serial output. Whereas if you had, tried to do a simulated console for a screen, you wouldn't get all that back. So, it's better that way maybe. Sometimes, I'll give you that. For a console, it is. Other ways we might be able to do some kind of simulation of this, simulated serial console where we send the characters out to a screen or, through a different interface. I'm not exactly sure, but we could figure something out like, protocol. I mean, you're basically just taking stream and displaying the characters in a window that scrolls. So we just have to come up with that for whatever screen. And then again, this one I'm sure probably we can turn that up pretty quickly. I feel like it already has that little console. Well, it does have that little console. So, we can look at that expanding that in some way. But yeah, it's such a tiny screen though, I know. It's challenging. So let's go back to, real quick, I wanted to fix some setting on this thing. What was it? Oh, right, the nozzle offset. So right now it's M5851Z.2, positive 0.2, which makes sense. Except, for some reason, it's triggering maybe sooner. So we can try 0.1 or just 0 and see if that's better. It might have been that the nozzle had goop on it. I mean, I don't really know. But then it should have triggered higher. So, yeah. Well, I'm going to give it, I know it needs to be higher, so I'm going to give it a lower number than 0.2. I understand why it's positive. M851Z0.1, maybe? At least it'll be easier to move that, that distance. Okay, so it says it's 0.1. Woo! And yeah, it is the nozzle. Woo. Okay. I'm just going to save that. Save to slot 1. Oh, and look, notification settings stored. It says it on the screen. Alright, so yeah, this is definitely a serial screen. We got that confirmed. That was pretty easy to tell, actually. Okay, so, you know, again, with interfaces like this, I mean, you have it at your discretion. My thought is, like, one of my thoughts is the important information on this screen is the temperatures, not the cool nozzle graphic. Like, I think if we can make this text larger and more readable, reduce the amount of space this nozzle graphic takes up, or utilize the space better. The nozzle is a great graphic, I really like it, but the temperature needs to be, you know, you've got all this vertical space that says like tool 0, okay, fine, it's clear that it's tool 0, you could probably skip that. If you only have one tool, you know it's tool 0. But then 47/0, that could be vertical. So you have the current temperature and the target temperature, and then the fonts could be fairly large. You could have them basically be, you know, and bold is good as well. And white on top of that green, that would save, and you could even reduce the vertical space that it currently takes up, saving some space. So I guess, of course, you know, you want good targets for your fingers. These are good sized targets, I like them. But again, the information on them is so hard to read. And, you know, you can see that. It's not like I have to point that out. So really, I would say just, in terms of focusing on the user experience, like let's get this stuff sorted out and make these better. I mean, I know these are probably derived from somebody else's work. One of our lackeys in the Marlin community. But yeah, they deserve, oh, look at that, our thing's all ready. Okay, so it comes right off the bed as soon as it cools down, like even a bit. That's pretty amazing. So again, still now looking at that, I'm like, I might want to use gloop. Might want to use some gloop. All right, so that mark on the bed now, it's all marked up, and that's permanent, or at least, you know, it's going to be an historic thing. My first attempt. I kind of have that on a lot of printers. My first try is always like, it's not really well calibrated, and I don't know, or it's calibrated in the wrong direction. And again, I'd rather have these prints be high and have to baby step down than have them be low and baby step up, for obvious reasons. It's just, you damage the bed, and like you've spent a couple $100 and you've got this beautiful shiny machine. Look, now I've got this ugly reminder of my first error. But it's okay. This will work out. This is going to work out in the long run. So okay, let's put this laptop away here. I think I've sufficiently modified what I needed to modify there. Let's now return to the slicing stuff. So again, how do I tell this that I'm in stealth mode? And again, this is really cool because, like, you know, wow, stealth mode I can go 150. I could probably go 200. I think we proved that. No, we didn't try that. We didn't even try it. I guess I should try it, but M203 or 204 or something like that, right? So again, maximum accelerations. Oof. I don't know if it can really do that. Maybe it can. You know, like super accelerate, like almost instant acceleration, essentially. I would think that sounds loud. I would love to see something like acceleration from standstill be kind of like slower, but acceleration during printing be a little faster, since you can at least, well, I guess in some sense you're usually reversing, as it were, a changing direction is what we refer to as acceleration. Once you're printing and on your way, you're not generally doing any more acceleration. You're always, you know, accelerating into new moves, but decelerating in out of old moves, and you're trying to find a balance. But yeah, I would say starting from standstill is almost a different factor. You don't have as much, you know, of your inertia to use. Anyway, let's see where we're at. Layer height limits, okay. Extruder offset, etc. is fine. Retraction. This again is, this is a Bowden, so it's fine. Sometimes you would make it higher, but we'd see how much stringy we get first. Anyway, I think this is good. My only thing is I want to find out how do I tell it that I'm using, that I'm not using stealth mode, you know, or that I am using stealth mode. So again, real quick, stealth, maximum jerk. So they all have settings for stealth, which is great. Now, how do I tell them in stealth mode? That I want to use stealth mode. I want to use stealth mode, man. Give me stealth. Give me stealth. I want stealth. Any stealth? These are all just stealthy things. Oh, wait. Nope. Avoid crossing perimeters. I always like that, but no, it's fine. Especially with this model, it's tricky. It'd be all running all over the place. I do like using 3 perimeters, which is actually the minimum now, I notice, in Prusa firmware, which is nice. Prusa slicer, I should say. I don't know if that's everywhere, but I certainly like it. 20 is fine. Stars is fine, again. Length of the infill anchor. I like, again, as an infill pattern, stars is pretty cool. So again, the new defaults are pretty nifty, I gotta say. Distance from brim object, skirt height. One thing I would like very much would be to be able to do like a zoom up, change the zoom of this interface, make these fonts larger. I mean, all our screens are getting so large now. It's just this. It's becoming a small thing. You know, these are becoming very tiny. I like that you can squeeze so much information into a page you can see, but I would love to have a plus minus just to be able to zoom in and out of this. Oh, that's what I want. Give it to me. Give it to me. I can't imagine it would be too tricky because this is some kind of, I feel like this is some kind of pre-built library that it's built around. All these icons are cool. They're definitely of your own style though. I can tell you've done your own icons here, but the fact that the menus use icons is like an indication that, and the way that the icons are formatted, that these are sometimes formatted, indicates that you used a library that like encourages the use of icons in your menus, or used some kind of framework or whatever tool. So cool though, kudos, they look cool. Meanwhile, yeah, so the only thing I would ask is like, give me help with, while I'm doing stuff, how do I choose that I'm saying, you know, how do I say, hey, I'm in stealth mode, by the way, before I slice my thing. Add part, negative volume, you know, add settings, advanced. I mean, I'm in expert mode. I should be able to see all the things. Where are all the things? Supports brim. Oh, look, no brim. Good. This will work for this, I think. But I don't know. I kind of want to maybe put a brim in anyway, just because I'm superstitious that way. But the 3D gloop might fix everything. No, that was pretty much a perfect print up to that point where I stopped it. Well, these limits aren't going to be applied anyway. They're just for time estimate. But if I said emit to G code, what would it do? Does it change any of the settings like that I can utilize? I think I'm going to go with, you know, just use for time estimate. But you need to know I'm in stealth mode. How do I tell you I'm in stealth mode? Huh? Question. How do I tell the slicer stealth mode? Let's now, oops, slicer. Oh, look, I'm speaking lolcat. All right, let's go. Ask this. Prusa slicer. Let's just find out everything we can about stealth mode. All the things. Prusa slicer stealth mode. Tell me all the things that I need to know about. Boom. Stealth mode. Mini. I'm okay with your cookies. I mean, what else choice do I have? No, I could definitely say no. Then I can't log in. Normal mode, required for detection of lost steps, etc. That is to say, shifted layers. It's interesting. Normal mode, I would think that stealth mode is maybe uses, maybe it just uses lower current. Actually, I don't know that I'm using, I would have to say that what I'm not doing is using lower current necessarily to make it quieter. I'm simply using stealth chop. So it says it's default, but how do I tell it? LCD menu settings. Yeah, this is about the printer though. I want to find out in Prusa Slicer though. Not just printer features of your printer. M73Q. Well, you can ignore that, I think. Or maybe, I don't know. Depends. Let's find out what that's about. I think it was something that was suggested. I find these things and I try to follow up on them. Stealth mode. So Prusa Slicer. I want to say stealth mode. How do I tell it I'm in stealth mode? So yeah, certain commands are added, M569, M906, M913. Sure, but, and they do enable stealth mode. I noticed that. Did that before, but it was setting strange values. It may be that the Prusas, the small Prusas with their robust build can do those speeds, actually, like 500, even in stealth mode. Yeah, I didn't see that any place where I could tell it. Okay, well, I'm going to ignore this little deficit and not worry terribly about it. For estimates, yo. So yeah, that's the thing is it has these settings for stealth mode, but then like you go to the plater or whatever, and where is it? Okay, so that's what I changed right there. Good. Yeah, nice that it marks it. That's whatever this tool set is. It's really nice. This UI is cool. I want to steal it for Marlin to make like a thing like it does all its settings somehow. You know, pulling from the configuration naturally. That's the only drawback. I want to make this very, very generalized thing, and I'm like, now I have to make a, I'm gonna have to make a parser. When I could just, you know, go option by option for like a month or whatever and type them all in to a database instead. I don't know how long it would take, maybe a week, a few days. Either way, that's a lot of time to type stuff in. So anyway, where are we at? Print settings, enable, yeah, so I'm not seeing it. Ooze prevention, I don't really care much. All this kind of stuff. Wipe tower, advanced. Okay. Yeah, so I didn't see any of that, but I feel like I'm just going to use this as it is. Let's go back to the plater. Slice now. Got a really nice looking slice. Nice slice. I think we're going to get a good model out of it, even if it's a little funky on the bottom. And let's export that G-code to the printer. Glad you could join me. I don't often do printing, so you know, it's good to get this done. Okay, Vesuga. We'll just go with, I put the number on it so I would know where to find it on Thingiverse. Replace, please. Yay, okay, so let's look at the infill behaviors. I feel like it's pretty strong. It's gonna be nice. Because it glows, it's going to be interesting to see how it interacts with that under black light. All right, let us now return to here. Eject our SD card and carry on with some printing on this brand new 300 by 300 profile. And oh, I should look at the G-code it generated before I go jumping all out of my craziness here. I think I did the start G-code very basically. It should be essentially what we want. Okay, so here we are again. Again, the only thing I would change here, my friends at Prusa, is get that metric system set early. It looks like it's not worried about here. Oh wait, there it is, G21, yeah. Set, if it's gonna be there, but put it in like early. And you know, you can home, before you start messing with things, it'll actually save. It might actually continue the print and survive, which would be cool. It's one less thing to worry about. And then all this other stuff down here. Lift the nozzle, leveling, sure enough. Set the temperature, wait for it to be reached. And then carrying on. The M107 is done twice, which is fine. It might have been auto fanned, right? Or something. Okay, there we go. Did need to make a little tweak, just for the heck of it. I didn't really need to. Everything looked good, but you know, in terms of what y'all need to do in your slicer, definitely need to get that G21 set up early, first thing. I'd say right before you do anything else, because everything else depends on it. Especially those stealthy settings. You got all them fancy stealthy settings. They're going to be pertaining to inches, and then people will be confused. Although maybe you'll generate things in inches when you do that, but again, you got to put that G21 early, or G20 if that's what you're going to do. Put it up early. Put it in early. Okay, we have a thing ready to go. We did all our leveling already. I don't know if we need to do it again. Oh yeah, I think we might, just for the heck of it. Okay, it's now heating up, I believe. Yep. Just a 50 in this case. Maybe it should go up to 60 though, I don't know. Well, the heat button does heating. So it has a message that says leveling. I don't know if I need to press the button or not. I don't think so. Unload, cool down, leveling. Anyway, the good thing is I'll be able to pull the filament out once it reaches temp. Alright. Your humble narrator needs to go and get himself some water. Then I'll come back and we'll look again more closely at this thing. And my current project, my pet project here. So sorry. Oh my goodness. Need to unplug when I do that. Alright, unplugging while I get water. Or maybe it'll be kombucha. I just made a whole batch. I'll show you. Hold on. Hello, I'm back. Just checking out the leveling situation. It looks like it's survived. We may need the baby step. We'll find out. It's the baby step screen. Plus, minus, save. Interesting. And I don't know how it checks this or what, how you would measure it. You know, do you get out your, stuff? So let's go back and just start a print. We'll see where we're at. It's always the best way to go, right? New face hugger. Nope, wait. I pressed the wrong one. I believe everything is being saved automatically, which is nice. It's sending an M500 of its own. It's rehoming. Ooh, it might have had some trouble with that. Yeah. Whatever it was doing, it was going the wrong direction anyway. Let's see. Yeah, I didn't look. Oh yeah, look at that. It totally killed the Y. Yeah, I gotta take out those modifications to the speeds. That's just absurd. Anyway, while we're waiting, here's our dead Y. And here is what we're going to end up with eventually. A lovely little creature, only much larger and glowing. Great for Halloween decorations. So let us return back to this bloody code and fix it. So I actually didn't modify anything, so I may have, I don't know, maybe I just left things where they were. I started at the beginning and it's just home. There is no change of any parameters, so maybe it's because I left them where they were. Let's take a look and see what I have set. Maybe it's set to 200 or something. But yeah, it's being absurdly strange. Let's ask it. What's going on, little printer? Why are you having troubles? Tell me about your troubles, little printer. Oops, I meant to say. Hello. M503. Okay, so let's see what our crazy settings are here. Oops, they're set to like 500 again. Whoops. Max feed rates, yeah, so those are clearly wrong. I don't know how it got saved, but maybe maybe it's something I did. I don't know. Let's try a 200. I think we can manage that, right? It's interesting. Well, of course, you know, the homing speeds could also be set something reasonable, and then these crazy limits wouldn't matter. But also, like, because it's in stealth mode, it's more likely. Like if I turn off stealth mode with M569, what would it be? The driver current also matters, but M569S0, I guess. XYZ. Maybe it would work better. I don't know. Let's try G28 and see what happens. You don't need to be there, little guy. Okay, just fine at 200. Okay. Let's try 100 at 300 just for the fun of it. Watch it fail. Also, you know, stealth mode, what's the deal with that? Like, does it need to be on while it's homing? It's quieter, but yeah, see, 300, no good. So 200 is probably a good limit. And the homing failed. Did it ever say that? Maybe it did. Oh, it didn't know what to do with M203, so it's going to fail on G28. M203. X200, Y200. Does it report? Oh, it seems like it's locked up. Oh, it has. Okay. Well, that's what happens, man. You gotta pay attention to that shite. Okay. Alright, next. Reboot. Let's get this set properly. I am gonna put this in a big startup file or something and run that. So all this stuff is ready to be preset and reset whenever I need. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man. Okay, I'm 503ing. Sorry to keep on this boring screen here. I'm just checking out M503. I'll read it to you. Let's see. Let's see if our M851 is set correctly. Z.1. M203, yeah. M203, X200, Y200, M500. Thank you. EEPROM save to slot 38. What does that even mean? It didn't save it when I did it again. 203. Oops. M203 Z. I don't know. 8. G28. Homing. Okay, well, let us resume. Oh, I'm sure I am 500'd, right? Alright, M500, yes. Do it again, just to be sure. Save to slot 20, I don't even know what that means. EEPROM save to slot? That's not good. We don't want them to save to slots. We want one slot that the EEPROM loads from. So I don't know what it's talking about when it says slot. Maybe it's talking about the mesh or something? I don't really know. I will tell you this though. We're going to run this print and make it work. It's going to work. It's going to be better. We got a better first layer this time. All this stuff. So this is fine actually. It turns out. It's just the settings of the printer itself were screwy on my account. Yeah, but it is unfortunate that some failure like this is like, it requires like some knowledge about what is going on to fix. Like if you don't know, there's no indication on the printer of what's going on. You're just like, okay, it failed homing, okay. Face Hooger. Here we go. Home. Look at that homing, it's so slow, and then that's fast enough. But not too fast. Just fast enough. So it can handle 200 at that speed, which it knows. And that's for a Prusa printer, which has a lighter bed. So yeah, I've been reusing these kombucha bottles to make my own kombucha. You can see it's a little bit sedimenty. It's got a little bit of yeast that's been building up in the bottle because it's been in the fridge a while, but it's fizzy. It's got a fizzy sound. It makes a fizz. I like it. And hello. And I don't know. It's my excuse to have soda pop, which isn't really soda pop. It's a tonic, right? But it's been pretty good. I've just been using apple cider as my for my second fermentation, and sometimes a little ginger, and other stuff. I've got some apples and carrot and stuff I need to juice, so I should juice them all up together and then take all that juice and filter it, and then use that. I've got a half a batch of ready that still needs to be used. Here, I'll show you. I try not to forget to plug in my microphone this time. Hold on. Hello, I'm back. Let's pull up the chat and see if anyone stopped in to say hello. Nope. Well, future person visiting YouTube or whatever. Yeah, so here's my current leftovers. It's basically a little SCOBY hotel at this point. But yeah, I got an enormous 2 layers of SCOBY actually at this point from this stuff, which I let sit out for a couple of, I think almost 2 weeks, pretty much. So it's truly fermented. Now I've got to make another batch of tea and fill this up to the top with tea and sugar, and we'll have more starter for this. But yeah, you basically just pour this in the bottle, cover it up, seal it up, or you add some sweetener, some flavor, fruits, veggies, whatever you like. Ginger. I like to do ginger, although it can sometimes taste almost too strong. But I've been trying different ways of doing it, juicing maybe. But yeah, so good stuff. Really enjoying the process, and getting something else, doing something else with the corner of my kitchen. This place was a little small for 2 people, but not too bad. It's just hard to do all these other crazy things now that I have a little room. I'm doing all this stuff with the shelves, doing more kombucha fermentation, other stuff, just basically trying to get organized, of course. Maybe for the next space, wherever that happens to be. So are we ready to print yet? This thing's taken a while to reach temperature. It is out at 192, but it is quickly approaching 200. The bed is at temperature. I'm going to be very careful with baby stepping on this now. Right away. Okay, actually, let's go to the baby step screen so that we have instantly the ability to change things if we need to. So first inclination is to say yes. Yes. Once we start seeing filament, then we're good, right? Yes. Okay. You don't want to see it's too high or too low. This is just the brim, so we have my fingerprints all over it. I don't care. And then, of course, let it sit on the outside as well. Okay. Ooh, I think I did a little high. I have to stop. Sorry. Yeah, we started out and right away it was already coming off the bed. Now it's also way out here, which is as far as bed leveling goes. So let's see how I was doing. Yeah, I think I just raised it up maybe a little much. It would almost be fine. Let's go. Oops. I do confirm, thank you. It is now properly. I'll just reset it. This will be easier to deal with. It's quieter too. Okay, here we go. Print. So yeah, the target on those files listings is a little small. I made the code in Marlin for some screens, especially touch screens, so you could space those out more. Even if the text is a little small, you can have a little more space so that you have a bigger target for your finger. That's a good thing. And so yeah, I did aim for that. I'd like to see this actually set the nozzle to 150 while the bed is heating. That would be nice. I don't know why it didn't at this time around. But got there. It's pretty quick to respond to the bed being heated up, which is fine. I think the bed hysteresis should be small. But it's used for two different things, so like I think. There's one that's like close enough to be considered at temperature, and then there's another one that's like, oh, if it goes out of this range, then we'll complain a bit or start to worry. Set a counter or whatever. So it's like you need to be both more, if you want your bed to heat up quicker and, be confirmed heated up quicker, you gotta also set the tolerance of, it needs to be more accurate and able to keep its temperature better. So getting your PIDs tuned really well is important. So yeah, I don't know if we're gonna get this. I feel like I need to clean the bed. This is gonna be very tricky. Baby step. Do I even need to? I think we might be okay with no baby step. It's in a different position actually this time. It's strange. Oh, sorry. From the previous print, of course. Oh, this is really tricky. Like, is it going to get a good first layer when it's doing such fine details? I feel like the answer is just no. Like, we're not going to get a good first layer. Oh, no. Again. It's so hard to get a good first layer, especially when you're using the whole bed. You just can't, It's really hard. And this particular material is really meh. Like, I would like to put one of these easy mats on it. In fact, I would almost like to just use this printer instead because it's the same size and I know it will hold this just fine. I have one last resort though. I'm going to grab BIQU, which I have a little tiny sample of. Yeah, there we go. I don't know how you like to put your BIQU on the bed. I don't know if I have a plastic spatula. But I will I don't have a whole lot, so I'm just going to kind of spread it around where I guess the print is going to be. And we'll just kind of go from there, and I guess I can add water if I need to spread it around more. And I will use my dirty fingers to do it, and we'll get a really hideous first layer. Oh, I need more water though, clearly. don't use Magic Goo a lot, but I know it's great stuff, and but they've got a lot of water mixed in here, so but the bed is hot, so it should start to dry up pretty soon here, and the bed's pretty clean. So there's a few little gritty bits of plastic in there, but it'll be fine. Meanwhile, yeah, I can pretty much cover the whole area that it's going to print in, that's for sure. Even over here, which isn't going to print in, I'll still put a little there. Spread it around a bit just to let it, maybe a thinner layer. Some of it's going to be kind of thick, I feel like. Put some on the BIQU logo. I don't know why I don't want to cover it. I'm superstitious. There we go. Okay. How do you apply your Magic Goo? Do you use a spatula? Old business card? I had a strange dream this morning on my way waking up that I ran into Joel and we shook hands and said, hey. Good old Joel Tilling. How's he doing these days? Apparently pretty good. He's out there traveling. Czech Republic and UK and stuff, visiting friends. I guess the fundraiser for the Sanjay Mortimer Foundation is going really well. I'd like to know more about that and stuff. I'd have gotten more involved, but you know me, I was busy here being cranky about the code. And I don't really do all this kind of publicity stuff, everyone knows. I should be seen and not heard. Alright, my code should be seen and I should be not heard. So here we are with a now Magic Goo'd bed. If this doesn't stick now, also I'm going to maybe try and reduce the speed. I don't know if I trust the speed. Also, maybe I need to baby step down now. Like, should I move down? Like, and then what about print speed? Is that a thing? There it is. Let's go down to 70%. I say 60. Oh, sticky fingers. 60%. And I think this is going to be dry by the time the bed heats up. It's 43 now. Should be pretty good. Okay, and then yeah, so 60% is good. That'll be fine. And then I'll have to do my baby stepping carefully. I think I baby stepped a little there. I baby stepped down. Now I need to baby step up by 0.1 millimeters because I felt like that layer over here in the corner was like, what? Why isn't that sticking? Yeah, well, and also the speed of it and the complication of it. It's like a little blob that it's like, for some reason it wants to immediately start filling in. I don't get it. It should be doing more of a perimeter first. I don't see why it immediately wants to start doing infill, but whatever. That's why I gotta slow it down. And also the amount of material that it's exuding and how clean is the nozzle, all that stuff, so important at that point. And you know, exactly how flat is it? I don't know. The Magic Goo, will it help? We'll see. That's a big question. I feel like it will. It'll bond to it, but if the nozzle's flying around and kicking material up, will it still work? That's the question. That is the question we must ask tonight. How cranky is this printer? So yeah, usually I drink this with a straw because my teeth, you know, are bound to start melting. This stuff is so acidic. Kombucha. Homemade, baby. It might be a little alcoholic, I don't know. Don't report me to the authorities. This is the last of the previous batch right here. It's good stuff. This new batch will be fine. Again, it's going to be apple flavored. It almost doesn't ferment enough. I added a little extra sugar to 2 bottles, just actually agave syrup, just to see if they would ferment a little better. I think it's going to lend it a bit of a honey flavor. That's what I think. That's what I think. That's right, jerky. All right, are we almost there? We are. We are at bed temp, and we are at least 88% of the way to the temperature. 95% of the way there. 99. And we are at temperature. Now I gotta watch that layer. Especially now also the speed. I did go down to 60%, hopefully that's good. But you know, you just don't know. You just don't know. Oh, it is clean. It's got a nozzle goop. Oh, why is it so high? That's very, very peculiar. Let's do rehoming and just get it really happy. Let's rehome this mofo. So we have a very good baseline. Again, this is we're still here, you know. I feel like this is where the bamboo carbon comes in so well into play. I don't know what this is about. Alright, let's do the homing again. That was peculiar. I don't think I did that. That was just its own. Oh, that was it putting the bed forward. Never mind. I know what that was about. Never mind. Boom. Yeah, I mean, it really is sensitive. So it's like, I wouldn't be surprised if 0.1 was enough. Okay. We have homed. We've done all the things. Now, let us print this bloody face. Oh, bloody hell. Let's print the bloody right object. Sorry, I gotta reset. It was doing that thing where it's like, wait for 0. I'm not waiting for 0. I am waiting for the target to be large enough that I don't hit the wrong one. So yeah, that's a problem with touchscreens, especially small ones. You really gotta, you know, we only need to see a few file names on the screen, honestly. But with this size screen, like, you might be able to get 4 targets, you know, vertically. But you don't want to go for many more than that. Meanwhile, if you turned it this way, you know, you have many more. There's no reason not to either, honestly. I mean, you could probably figure out ways to get an interface to be nicer. The text size on this screen, which you can't see because you're looking at, you know, blurs, but this screen here has tiny text on it again, and I feel like that's fine in some ways on this screen because it has, you know, it shows lots of info. But we do show a lot of info on other screens, and you know. But this has other buttons on it, so I understand why it is the way it is. Again, tricky, very tricky to design good interfaces that fit the devices and our big fat fingers. This one I would almost use a wand. I actually have a little pointer that I'm going to grab and keep near here because I think I'm going to use that with this screen from now on. It's just easier. I think you can also use, like if you have an Allen wrench, you can just tap the screen with one of those, and that usually works fine from what I understand. Let's see if that's the case here. Yep, sure enough. You can use something small and you get a nice, a large target. It appears to be pressure sensitive, so very basic. Again, I'm watching out for baby stepping, but I almost want to go down like 0.1 just to mess with it, you know, just to be like way too low. I feel like being too low is better in this case. Ooh, we're so maybe too low? I don't know, I feel like this is right, but I also did need to change the speed. We were supposed to get this slower for this particular region especially. Oh, yeah, hey, looks like the BIQU is doing its magic thing. I did lower it by 0.1 millimeters, which maybe, I don't know, was okay. Okay, it looks like it survived that first piece, which was totally plaguing us before. Thank you, BIQU. If you want to sponsor me, you can. You know where to find me. But yeah, this is great. I love your stuff. That honestly just saved me so much hassle after so much other hassle. I should say it would have saved me more hassle if I already had a jar. But all I had was this little back, and I was like reluctant to use it. But clearly, when I have more on my fingers, I'm like, where can I put it? Is there another bed that needs treatment? I want to put it on another bed, just to be ready to print on it. I think I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. Let's do it with this bed over here. I'll move this red filament out of the way here. One thing I gotta definitely do is get covers for all these beds and things, because this place is dusty. I gotta say, it's not just, you know, it's beyond normal dusty. I have a filter for that, but it is of limited effect. Okay, here we go. I need to clean my hands anyway, so I'll just do it onto this bed, I guess. There. Yuck. Guess I should heat this thing up. But hey, it'll dry in its own time. Yep. Careful where you put your stress, people. Seems to be the topic of the day. I've been just checking out lately, all this crap going on, but yeah, you do what you do, you know. You do what you gotta do. Wow, that first layer with the BIQU. Holy crap. Look at that. I mean, really, just let's get up close here. Come on. Come in close. Oh, that's as close. I can't get too close with this wire. Oh gosh, but yeah, gorsh. Yeah, you know what I should do is just get the zoom. Get out the zoom. Hold on, let's zoom. Whoa! Yeah, we got a really nice looking first layer there. Wow. That's pretty sweet, I gotta say. Should have had you up close earlier. This is nice. Nicer looking. Exactly the size of a laptop. That is real nice looking. Very sweet. Finally. So yeah, it was a bit of a hassle, but I figured out this printer. It just has it doesn't have built-in hard limits, which is fine. I mean, I was considering doing something like that where you have like basic limits, but then you have like hard limits. You would never go above this speed, blah blah blah. Which makes sense for a certain configuration, and you know, and that's how we do it with Marlin. And then if you needed to have it be faster, you could do that, you know? You could get your bloody thing in there. Be, you know, your new extruder or whatever fanciness you're into. Okay, hold on. right back. I'm still trying to figure out what to do with this tiny room. It's not always easy to figure out when you have limited space. But it is all my own space for the moment. So doing the best I can with it. Combining living space with a studio to kind of, I figure if I was getting a studio, I'd probably spend, a lot more on rent and other expenses every month, which I had done once. Had a time when I thought it was a really great idea to start my own business and try and do web development. And it was a good idea actually at the time. I needed to have the separate space and so forth, but I didn't really get that set up so great either. So this now being set up as well as it is, or getting better all the time, is a good thing. So it's getting there. And yeah, it's a home sweet home, and it's not a bad workshop either. Now, I know this middle piece was a little messy last time, and I do feel like I'm still a little on the low side. If I want a baby step teensy bit higher, it would be 0.01. Like no more than that, at a time. But that's like 1/10 of the other adjustments that I've made. So I would be very careful with it. So we're good. It looks like we're making good progress. It's just a little bit on the hairy side with these initial things. I maybe could up the speed. A little bit. Up to 60% maybe. Sure. 65. Again, the BIQU is really making a big difference, I can tell. It's the outer edges of the and I'm not using any brim, so that's maybe part of the issue as well. If I had done a brim, it would have done a big perimeter initially. And that would kind of start to constrain some of the bad elements. Things lifting up and so forth. It sort of prevents lifting of other parts once you have a brim. But brims can be messy too. You can have weird reversals on a brim that cause it to leave a blob or lift up, and it's really hard to get just right. And I mean, my suggestion in general is like, if you can have early layers, like basically do no extrusion at the corners, you'll still get extrusion. I mean, you will, but like, just try and do none at the corners. Like, make that a principle. 0 extrusion corners. That's my future endeavor, Maybe I'll make a t-shirt that says, no extrusion on the corners. Stupid. Just kidding. It's not that simple, obviously, but there's a lot to be said for doing less on those corners, because any amount always seems to be too much. And we're always looking for, we always have ooze at the ends of extrusions, because we are working with a spring, we're pushing filament into a spring and creating spring tension, and then we have to relieve that spring tension. I was a little worried about this with only 2 millimeters of retraction using a Bowden tube, but it is very well constrained. It is a blue tube, which doesn't necessarily mean Capricorn, but it should mean Capricorn. I mean, what BIQU sent me here is I've been sent some printers here and there that are garbage, and I won't name names. But just like BIQU has sent over just machines that are in just great shape and I can actually work with them, actually use them. I actually upload firmware to them and try it out to see how it works, you know. Like right now I've got the BX with apparently my current version of Marlin isn't working so well with the BX, so I'm finding that out. But I wouldn't have found that out if I didn't have a BX that I wanted very much to use and has really great qualities to it. So, you know, I really thank those sponsors for pulling it out for me. I really count on BIQU to be, you know, and Big Tree Tech, you know, all in one boat. They produce really nice boards and a lot, and they send them over and they're really fun. I'm having a good time with them, learning a lot as well. Just having, you know, so many things to try out and different stepper drivers to try out. I got these trinamic drivers, but they're all in like solder. I would have to solder them together and, like, you know, I can still do that, obviously. I plan to. It's just my soldering skills are not great. I can't even tell whether I have good solder or bad solder, basically. Is it shiny? Is it, you know, dull? What, you know, what can I tell? Generally speaking, it looks okay. You know, it doesn't get clumpy or anything. We've had that problem in the past, right? Clumpy solder. But in general, yeah, I think if I have any lead exposure in my life limiting me in this way, it's definitely from playing with solder. Boy, back in the day. So I like the solders of today, but do I know what's good or bad? I don't really know. Rosin core, I guess, is good. You know, I really like working with like that flux and having it all flow around the right way and grip and, you know, cling to the metal and stuff. Well, I really like seeing surface mount stuff being done. Working with heat, you know, at heat guns and stuff. I could do more of that. That'd be fun. Okay, this print is coming out pretty good, I gotta say. We're getting a good quality first layer. It's not perfect by any stretch. We are seeing some cruft. I think there may be a little either over extrusion or it's still a little on the low side. But I can never really tell if it's low or high. It's only 0.01, so, you know, 1/10 of a millimeter is, it's all right. We are getting some good results, though, I think. And I really do credit the BIQU for making this first layer better. If nothing else, it definitely is better as a result of it. Oh, there's a bit of a blob over there, but I don't think it's going to be a problem. I'm going to leave it. But yeah, the bed is nice and warm. But I got to say that first part of the tail, which I was most worried about, is very nice looking. I wouldn't touch it because I don't want to mess with it. It's a little on the shiny side, which indicates it might be lifting a tiny bit. But I feel like if it gets through the next few layers, it should be fine. And again, the BIQU should be helping a lot. Like, will things lift on BIQU? Maybe. You know, like if that part of the bed cools too much, it could, you know, do who knows what. But it seems good. We're getting a good result here. Certainly, I think better. It's better now that I fixed the model. I mean, sunk it into the bed, I should say, by whatever, 0.1 millimeters, 0.2, whatever it took. I think it'll still be fine. And no brim, which will be nice. None of that extra brim. Who needs it, right? Who needs it? But yeah, these are fun. I just like to print these because they're articulated and it shows off what you can do with just a clever 3D print. And they just look, in the right color, they just look great. This is a gold or brass kind of color. And it is just remarkably nice in this color. It's organic. If you were to paint this, you know, with some basic, hit it with some ink or whatever, and a wash or something, and just get those dark spots in there, you wouldn't need to do much more. So honestly, it's very creepy, the way look at the way that tail moves. Yeah, it just has that weird color that's just, you can't tell if it's alive or not. But this is going to look great when it's printed in a larger size. So you can enjoy that when that happens. Meanwhile, so yeah, I'm going to leave this running for a while, and I might hang around, or I might go get some food. It's about midnight, so I've got chili, leftover chili. Go and grab some of that. I was going to write to my friend, but I not realizing it was so late. And say, hey, check out this print I'm doing for you. But yeah, he'll see it later. He'll see it later on. But yeah, I will leave this going for you, and get myself some foods while we're doing it. Let's see if we need this light. We don't really. And how much of this do we need? Bring this down into kind of a more mellow vibe here. Oh yeah. Oh, that screen though. I'm telling you, I got to cover that screen with something. That's why I don't want to show you this project I'm working on until it's done, because you know it is just a. You've seen them a million times. They're the LED pixel, you know, box or whatever. Show some pixel art. But yeah, if I point the screen at it, it's going to be a mess. It's going to look like garbage. Meanwhile, like if I could find some way to dim this screen with like a dark film, that would be awesome. I'm inclined to just throw a piece of clear plastic over it if I have one. I do actually have one now that I think about it. I have this clear piece of orange plastic, but yeah, meh, meh. How about this one? How's that do? Does that dim it enough? Not really, huh? Not really. What about a piece of Kapton tape over the screen? How would that do? Oops. I don't want to mess with the screen. What do I do? Zero. What does that mean? Baby step 0. Why would you baby step 0? That makes strangely no sense. Something to do with leveling? I don't know. But yeah, Kapton's cool. It'll make everything yellow, but that's not exactly what the look I'm going for. Just darker, that's all. But there is no brightness setting on this particular screen anywhere that I could see. Certainly not here. And you know, would you need it really? I mean, it is as bright as it needs to be, but still so overwhelming compared to, you know, the rest of this, isn't it? But it is doing the exposure correctly, I guess, based on what we've got going on. Live and learn the way these cameras work. Let's get a nice view on there. Oh yeah, how about that? That messes with things a bit. Oh yeah, there you go. Could clip this onto the bed and really, that'd be funny. Or stick it on the top of the printer. Here we go. That's what you kind of need anyway, right? Good lighting is essential. Whoa! How about that? Almost don't need this at all. Yeah, now we're getting dramatic. Oh, maybe too low. I had a feeling about that. Okay. drop it down by a certain amount, and then we'll clip it or whatever. How about, what do you say, there? How's that? There we go. We can do this kind of thing. Yeah, there we are. Ooh, I have an almost better idea if I had the right kind of light. I do actually have maybe the right kind of light. Hold on a second while I try something out. This might be an interesting ploy here, especially the material we use. Glowing PLA after all. Might as well use a black light. Which I just happen to have. Lying around. Let's see. I don't know how much ambient light I want to put in there. I'm trying to use like less ambient light. I have some gauze, I'll get some of that. Maybe that'll do the trick, right? Hey there. How's it going? Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I like it. It's a glowing. Low light conditions are a little weird for it, I guess. I thought about trying some different settings on the camera, but screw it. It's fine. The trick here will be to just get it, lined up nicely. That's pretty good. I like that. I've got a few other glowing things I could throw in just to keep things interesting here. Let's see. How about one of these? Or, well, this one doesn't glow, I guess. It's made of ABS, which means it's like indestructible. That's just indestructible. That's just an indestructible, oops, sorry, thing. I don't know what to do with these. They're such cool models. Eventually, I'll put them out. They were used. I used them in a game, so Or is it a game? I don't know. It's a demo. I don't know if I can publish Defender today. Rights being what they are and all. I don't know what that ringy sound was. That was strange. Just now, I dropped something and it made a ringy sound. Anyway, yeah, black light, hey? How about that? It works better when it's close up, though. It seems to get a better focus. And I don't know what is up with that flashing. You can see that, right? Is that just because of the low light? It just reduces the frame rate. I think that's what's going on here. Yeah, I think that's something to look at. A little higher light level might make it happier. Wonder how I can get this up onto the old Maker, you know. Twitch has this channel, which is basically for just 3D prints that are going. Believe it or not, you can just watch 3D prints all day on Twitch. All night. Let's see what Twitch says when I try to connect to it. I think my stuff is being stingy because I've got a stream going. I'm not sure. But let's see what happens. I try to download from Twitch right now. Not much. Following, discover, browse. Browse. Following. Okay, I might have to quit that. Disconnect from Wi-Fi, reconnect to Wi-Fi. Driving. I could say I'm driving, yeah. Wow, that first layer is really clean looking, I gotta say. We're getting a really good look. I say glowing filament is a good way to maybe get a nice assessment of a print. If you have a camera system or whatever that's trying to evaluate things with AI. Can't go wrong with using glowing filament to get a better view. Okay, I tried reconnecting to the Wi-Fi and I feel like I'm not getting a connection whatsoever, which could be my 1111. Sometimes it does that. Alternative DNS with a proxy. No internet connection found at all right now, so okay. Let's just pause it for 15. But yeah, that's not the issue. It's just not finding a connection. I know the feeling. So let's do a shutdown of this tablet. Blah. I don't even remember what I wanted to do now. What did I want? Oh, I wanted to figure out how to set this up on a different stream, if possible. Hello. So this is running off the Mac M1 Ultra, which is streaming this, and I could be doing all the other things that I need to do today on it, but I stuck to this, and I think I'm going to build that shelf, even though I don't really want that particular shelf. I think it'll be better than what I have for my current storage situation. I think it'll be good. I'll still get, I don't know if I'll still get, I actually don't know if I'll still get a third, you know, set up to double these up. Because I really won't be doubling them up. I'll be just using 50% of the doubling. I feel like I should use the whole 100% if I'm going to use it, but I may need them eventually. I mean, they're good things. Are we on second layer now? Looks like we might be. Hold on. It doesn't say much about position on this screen, does it? It should at least show Z, you would think. Band is still off, so I'm assuming it's still the first layer. But it looks great. I mean, it's so creepy. Isn't it? Isn't it? Oh, right. Reboot. I really wanted to announce my live stream. That's basically what I wanted to do as well. Just say, you know, hello to my people out there. I feel really lonely. I don't know why Wednesday night, Thursday, early morning at midnight, there wouldn't be a million people up here like hanging out. No, but I get it. I gotta wait for Europe to wake up. Hey Siri, what time is it in London? Doesn't know. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Oh, maybe my thumb is over the microphone. Maybe I'm still not connected to the internet. Hey Siri. What time is it in London?
It's 12:08 a.m.
Hey Siri, what time is it in London? I could just look it up, I suppose. Hey Siri.
Uh-huh.
What time is it in London?
It's 6:09 a.m. in London, England.
Hey Siri. What time is it in Prague?
Prague, the Czech Republic. It's 7:09 a.m.
It's still pretty early, I guess. Hey Siri, what time is it in Berlin?
7:09 a.m. in Berlin.
Hey, you're on the same median. Okay, good to know. Well, hey, guess what? It's early morning in Europe. No one's up watching this early morning stream. But hey, maybe I'll make an announcement that it's a good thing to watch for your early morning wake up stream. How about that? Good morning, Europe. How about a morning 3D print stream? And I guess I have to put in the link. Is it Twitch colon slash Twitch .tv slash my name something. There we go. I guess I could speak what I'm gonna post. Good morning, Europe. And then I'm gonna take a picture here of my screen. Oh, I wanted to include a link, but I guess if I want to do a picture, I can't include the link. Okay, well, a link I can, but here we go. Let's take a pic. Woo! Let's take a direct pic, yo. Yeah, there you go. How's that? Use photo. I'll do a retake, I think, on this one. One more, just to be sure. Ta-da! I actually sent a tweet to let you know that there's a stream happening right here, right now. Now I might just pull up a chair and just sit in it like, like an easy chair and just ramble. I don't feel like doing much in terms of code at this hour, but that's unfortunate because this is the kind of hour I'm actually awake. So what I'm gonna do is get back to daytime as usual, and get more in the mood. I like it. So yeah, I'm gonna let this stream run. Just let this print go for a while. I think it's just a beauty. Let it, fill the airwaves with its gorgeousness for a while. I guess we don't need to move much. We'll come back to it and see how it's proceeding. This is a gift for a buddy who is getting also, I don't know if I guess I showed you before. It's a tablet stand. It's a really cool one. I made that half glowing, and I'm gonna print another one of those for myself because I liked it so much. His has purple on the bottom, so he gets that one, but mine's gonna be all red, I guess, and then glowing on top. So yeah, hey, enjoy this for a while. I'll come back around if I feel, as I check the print. I'm just gonna go and do some other things, be lazy, kind of just chill out in another part of the house, and keep checking on this as it goes. And hopefully, let's see, is that the camera I want? No. How we doing? Where's the camera I want to? Stop here. Where is it? Oh, that's the microphone. I'm trying to find my camera plug for this webcam. Oh, I plugged into this. Good. That takes care of that. This thing is warm. It's like I'm not even using it. It's like so warm. So don't need to use it. Warm up my house. Okay, I'll be back along, and hopefully you won't hear my burps and farts as I'm wandering about. See you guys in a bit. on and on we stream. So, yeah, there's an awful lot of noise on this line, isn't there? I don't know where that's coming from, but yeah, we'll have to sort that out. Anyway, yeah, thanks for joining. I'm going to take off because this stream is going on too long. And, you know, I mean, geez, thanks Twitch for all this free bandwidth, but I don't want to kill you. Alright, so cheers everyone. Hope you're having a great day out in Europe, and we'll be starting our day in the US in a few hours, so cheers.